Suvi! I have been so stressed for the past however many minutes because somehow I could not find a second HDMI cord to plug into my capture card. Yes, we are switching to the Switch version because I lost my save data from yesterday. Because I had the Dreamer installed, and when I went to go save, it could not load the sprite, and it crashed. So I've been on my breaks playing through it again on the Switch, um, which I was hoping I would have gotten caught up to where we were, but I didn't. But we're pretty close. I just have to do this stuff. How's the audio? Because I am using a capture card now. You don't hear the game. Okay. Why don't you hear the game? Sound settings. Good Lord. All right, how about now? Wait, is it not even coming through at all now? Is there no audio at all? Audio. Have I made things worse? Can you hear me at all right now? Okay, okay. Audio mixer. All right. What if I try this? Good Lord. Is it? All right, I'm going to try something real quick. Alright, can you hear me, and can you still hear it? Thanks too loud. Alright, let's... Alright, how we, Now it's too quiet. Are we approaching a decent... I can't turn up my mic, but I'm also like not facing it right now. Okay. Good lord. So before it wasn't playing, it wouldn't play the, I had my Bluetooth headphones connected to my Switch. Lower my mic slightly. So now I've connected them directly to the monitor, so it's happening after the capture card now, so that should be fine. I'm gonna be honest though, now it's too loud on my end. All right. Yeah, there we go. All right, but yeah, so I have to just... Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was just doing. All right. As I was saying, I've had a heck of a time getting this set up today. I've wanted to stream before, and if you remember, I didn't have the USB 3.0 cable when Pokemon ZA was a thing. I ended up getting one of those cords, and I found my original one, and which is good because the new one didn't work, so the original one is plugged in now. And figuring out that the new one wasn't working was what was killing me for the past 20 minutes. And then the moment you said you can't hear it, I was like, oh my gosh, it's literally always something. But everything is good to go now. And then so we're good. And I'm just gonna redo some of this stuff that we already did yesterday. I don't think it's too much. We have to do the Burr. I was about to call Burly Birdly. That's a better game. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Oh, like the HDMI cord. Who in the world only has 2 HDMI cords in their entire apartment? I found 5 display cords, like the DisplayPort cords, and only 2 HDMI cords. One of them was already being used for something else. Which, that pissed me off so bad, because I definitely had 2 HDMI cords before. Like, I remember that the only thing I was missing was the USB 3.0. So, no idea what happened there. And now I haven't been paying attention, and I'm losing an OMORI. Oh. So when we left off yesterday, we were just about to go into the junkyard. I'm gonna probably not talk about meta stuff for one moment as I get caught up to that, because I think I can just blitz through this stuff if I'm not getting myself distracted. Also, the first time I did this, I forgot to get the Observe skill by laying down with Sean and Ren at the beginning segment. I got it this time. I don't know if it's going to matter all that much, though. Oh, I'm so excited though. Today was my last day as a call center agent. Now I'm an email center agent. It's big moves. I cannot wait to clock into work Monday and not have to talk on the phone. Or not tomorrow morning, Monday morning, if that's what I said. I think I already posted on Twitter. Alrighty. Bud Girl's up there. You can't get up there right now, but Bud Girl is up there. Also, on top of everything else, it's like 76 degrees in my apartment right now, and I don't know why. Rebound. Wise Rock, as made famous by out of context indie games Twitter account. Listen to everybody's advice. Stranger. The first possible stranger appearance, I believe. Something along those lines, I think. B. Tofu. Alright, so we're done there. And we can... You know, there's code. My friend told me this, that there's code in the game implying that during this quest, Burley would actually like do her own thing and also like headbutt enemies while she was in the party, but that didn't end up making it into the final game. It would be silly if there was just like a fifth party member for exclusively that purpose. We were talking about doing something pretty similar with Sinesk, where you would get like sprout moles that would follow you around and do stuff like that, where you can't really like directly control them. I don't know if that's going to make it into the mod though, now that we're working on it again. Oh, I need to share the link in the Discord. Headbutting is one of Aubrey's attacks in the real world, right? That's one of the things she'll do when you're fighting her with Sunny and Co. Because she'll never hit, she won't actually hit you with the bat. Yeah. Maybe this happened in real life. Maybe Kim made Aubrey headbutt Vance. It's true. Omori is growing stronger every day. Not an ominous statement whatsoever. Alright, so this is pretty much caught up. We just have to do the Space Boy cutscene. No longer afraid of heights. It's charming. I'll give it that. I'm not going to be climbing down the ladder to look at the rock that's not Hector this time, though. Do you now? Yeah, I don't... I don't... Oh, gosh, what am I doing? Yeah, the Hector side quest is so missable. Orange Oasis, and then you have to go, like, find... Yeah. Alright, here we are. I kind of talked a little bit about it yesterday, but there are several indications in Headspace and other areas, as well as just directly stated by Kel and Angel, that there was like a summer camp event. Something I didn't really mention until like the very end of the stream later on. Yesterday was there's a character right in middle of Otherworld Campsite that will talk about just we'll say, oh, I forgot my camera. Like he's right there. He's like one of the first characters you see, which would give an explanation as to why there's no pictures of this summer camp in the photo album. Yeah, So we are playing on the Switch version of the game now. I think most people who know OMORI know this, but the borders that are added in the console version do change as the game progresses. This is like the default one, but there's a couple of them here. We'll keep it on the default for now because this is the one that changes. Yeah, Basil disappears after Deeper Well, which is cool. Because we hate him. We hate Basil OMORI and we want him gone and dead. Okay. Yeah, we will just go ahead. I didn't realize we could do this already. Yeah, Gascon right here. Oh crap, I forgot my camera at home. What's a good camping trip if I can't take any pictures? Which is fine. You know, I think it's a perfectly... if you believe that this is something that would have happened and they just never referred to it, they very rarely refer to it directly, then that gives you an explanation as to why it's not in the photo album. There's a couple other things that I kind of skipped over because I was trying to speed through things yesterday too. I'll kind of try to I'll try to look at them a little bit more here. Oh. Quests. TV girl. OmoCat original character. Do not steal. Alright, over this way, you have these characters here. Okay, well, I guess we'll fight this real quick. But yeah, these veggie kids, this is the only place they appear outside of Rain World, which there's a lot that connects these areas to the Rainy Day memory. I'm pretty sure, because after the Rainy Day memory, they're going to hobbies, which in a way could represent otherworld in a way. You also like Tomato Girl is also a Tomato Girl is also a pet rock in the real world. The eggplant one is based off of Mr. Plant Egg, and I'm pretty sure there's a piece of OMORI merchandise that makes, or no, in Rain World you can lay in the Potato Girl area and act like a potato. So it seems pretty clear that these four characters kind of represent the younger four. It depends on what you think. We know Basil has a pet rock. We don't know what pet rock it was, so it could have been Tomato Girl. I don't know. I'll probably talk more about that when I get to Rain World. Or whatever that area is called. But let's try to get through this. We want to get to the real meat. Yeah, Rain Town. We want to get to the real meat of today, which would be which would be real world. Everybody loves the real world. Everybody hates Headspace. We want to be done with it. OMOCat spent 9 years making Headspace and then spent 9 minutes making the real world. That's what I say. That's my boy! Mentioned it yesterday, but this is kind of reminiscent of Sunny's family. There's a lot of stuff about it. A lot of the Headspace quests are about finding lost things, including the main Headspace quest, which is finding Basil. Is there a quest in here today? No, there's not. Awesome. Alright. Space Pirate Guy, as we said yesterday, appears in the manga with an enhanced role. I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm not super big into Silva Gunner. I haven't heard a whole lot of those. Space Boyfriend's got two sides to him, you see. So we'll fight Earth, and then we'll fight Pluto. Mentioned it yesterday, but the way that this is framed, Space Boy's headband is supposed to look like the beak that all the other space pirates have, and it wants you to think that that he has a beard, just for the blanket to come off. I think it's a little silly. Isn't his dad also a bird? Can we talk about how whenever a keyboard shows up in this game, it's actually just a keytar, like, on a stand? Do you see that? I have a keytar around here. Unfortunately, in my quest for an HDMI cord, I pulled every box that was under my bed out and stacked them, and I can't get to it to show you guys. That's true, no pianos allowed. Keytars, though. Keytars are fine. It's just a cassette, right? I thought about saying no there, but I'm pretty sure it just does a dialogue loop. Kel passes to OMORI, and OMORI gets popped. Good early XP. Observe. Predicts who a foe will target next turn. I mentioned it yesterday, every time I fight the Earth, one of the characters ends up dying right before, like, the turn that I win. I didn't know that it would redirect it like that. You see, this represents Sunny rejecting the real world in favor of Headspace. That's crazy. Good thing I saved. I don't think I've ever actually lost this fight before. Though I think I was rushing and didn't really do as many fights. Hey! Yes, it's me. I'm not a director. I'm not the director. Alright. Let's not lose this fight again. I think I am a little under leveled right now though. Hell no. Every time. Every time. Every single time. This is a stupid freaking game. Alright, we're gonna go do the cattail forest. We are gonna do the cattail forest quest. And then we'll fight Pluto, and then we'll do the junkyard. Don't you just love the smell of firewood? Yeah, the thing is, once you beat Pluto Expanded, like, you just have... I mean, I guess you still... I mean, I guess you famously do have quite a bit left after Pluto Expanded of Ed Space, to the point that people don't like it, including OMOCAT. Alright, here's the Scarecrow. Burden you with a task I cannot complete. Blah blah blah. Rogue planet. That's Pluto. Oh. No. Oh, do you have to do the junkyard before you can... Do you have to do the EMS stuff, right? Before it'll before you can swap characters, right? Yeah, you can't, you cannot swap characters yet. Okay, so I guess I'll have to do that later. I love Pluto. Okay, the song is kind of a banger, I'm gonna be honest. It's been a while since I've listened to this one. Aubrey, no! He's expanding. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about Pluto. I like him a lot. But he is kind of just like a Headspace denizen. I think he's really funny. But when I was deep in the analysis mines, I was constantly trying to come up with some kind of deeper purpose for Pluto. Which I think probably just doesn't have to exist. Alright, so we can do the junkyard now. Alright, now we are officially caught up to where we were yesterday, other than I hadn't fought Pluto yet. I hate this freaking guy. I hate Snaily. Somebody should do something about him. I thought he stopped doing that after you unlocked this door. I always imagine, like, the space pirates talking to each other like the DBZ abridged Ginyu Force, which I think is just based off of, like, the regular, like, dubbed Ginyu Force. What is that? Auto mod. I will not allow this to be posted. No, there was a thing that was trying to post a link to a viewbot thing. Alright, here we are, for real now. It's a gold watch. Alright, so the cassette represents the photo album, and you digging for it in the trash is a reference to you digging for the photo album in the trash. Deep lore. Cardboard, yay. This enemy, what's the deal with this guy again? It's like, it gives 143 experience when you win. Which is weird, because it's like I've looked at like a list of like all the 143s that appear in the game, and I think this is like the only one that I like just couldn't put my finger on why. Like, I mean, I guess Hero, like there's a thing in Headspace about Hero collecting mixtapes, so maybe, I don't know, but like, yeah, it's weird. Alright, then we have tag photos, where you can change who your primary policy or your party leader is, and do stuff like 3 times in the game. It doesn't come up much, but we do like the tag photos. There's the puzzle for Daisy. Rude person. That's how I'm gonna start responding to people on Twitter.com. I'll handle this one. Greetings, Sir Conveyor Bot. Nice person. Okay. Toilet ramen achieved. It's Glass's ghost. Everybody loves the ghost side quest. They can't get enough of it. Life Jam guy. It's the Life Jam guy. He sells Life Jam. Life Jam. It really does work. Alright. There's really not a lot to talk about in the junkyard, at least in my opinion. It's kind of straightforward. It's just more of Otherworld, really. It's trash. A bunch of garbage. There's ramen in the toilets. There's ramen in all the toilets in Headspace, I'm pretty sure. One of these crates has something in it, right? Or is that a WTF event? Like, if you want, like, just like the classic something, I'm pretty sure, like, one of these crates, you can walk back into it, and it's like one of those things where if, like, you backtrack, there's an area where you can see something and it'll, like, disappear. Like, with the tire swing, it'll be there and then it'll disappear before you can really react. I'm almost certain. Do you have to be OMORI? I'm pretty sure it's right here. Oh, yeah, see? Yeah, did you see that? You can't check your WTF level until Orange Oasis, right? I know Orange Oasis is where the NPC is who will tell you what level you have. But, like, at that point, it's, like, too late to do anything about it. Alright, you know what? It's time for, It's time for Kel. We'll do Kel border now. This place is so gross and stinky. Yeah, I mean, I guess, if you go with the interpretation that Sunny has been in Aubrey's house before, you could maybe think that the stuff with Aubrey in the junkyard has to do with representing her living situation, but her dad... Sunny doesn't know her dad left. At least I don't think. Yeah, because her dad brought her to get her hair done before the recital, so I don't know that her situation would be quite that bad yet. gator guys. Keck, 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 keck. Over. Hehehehe. Over. I don't know what the gator guys are doing here. I'm sure there's like like an Easter egg later on where you're like, oh, we were at the dump doing this. Maybe it's part of like the hero stuff, where in One Day Left, if you play as hero, you can talk to a bunch of NPCs. I need to collect all the melons. Alright. Who wins, Shark playing or Tsundere playing? Banana smoothie. If only you had a joke book to write them down. Moon stuff is interesting, because there's, like, clearly moon symbolism in the game. But, and it like, appears every so often. Sunny's birthday is the day of the moon landing. The moon's here. I'm pretty sure it's mentioned in Orange Oasis, too. I don't really know what that's all about. Obviously, Sunny's name is Sunny, so it's like probably the opposite of him. Meteor. Did you make the dinosaurs meteor like I requested? Meteor. I love that this scene is still in the game. I know that, like, Hero's, like, original, like, tag ability was supposed to be, like, getting help from people. I'm so happy that only one scene of that is still in the game, and this is the one that it is. What if we eat the cheese? It's me, EMS, the humble, hungry hamster. Oh. Here's my EMS OMORI art, by the way. I need to get a frame for this so I can hang it up. EMS, I think EMS is my favorite character in OMORI that's... I'm pretty sure it's just EMS. Am I... Maybe I'm wrong. I've always just said EMS, but now that you're like mentioning it, I follow on Twitter .com. On Twitter, it's all lowercase, so maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this is probably the first place I saw it, and so I just assumed it was EMS. But, like, EMS is probably correct, like, now that you've mentioned it. This is Emily the hamster, but I just call her EMS. My mind is still gonna jump to EMS. Goodbye, Ems. Okay, that was weird. They don't want you to know this, but this character actually represents Aubrey, because the thing that she's trying to take represents the photo album. You can tell by the bow. Rosa. We love chase sequences. Hero learns snack time. The TV remote. No, we want Aubrey to have the TV remote so she can have more health. Oh no, she's already getting... Alright, the blanket is getting +10. Yeah. Whatchamacallit? Ah, yes, a perfectly roasted chicken. Man, it feels so good to save my game without the game crashing. $404. Oh. I'm pretty sure after you beat Space Boy, Kel's pass to Omori no longer makes him sad. Is that right? Or is that after Sweetheart? I don't know. I always found that annoying. Ouch! Snack time. What a fight. What a fight. Space boyfriend, you say? More like space ex-boyfriend. And Rosa was never seen again. I like this. I think that's really good. Alright, and then let's go do the cattail. We go down here, we have to do the Pluto stuff. Snarly, no! Everybody's favorite character. I can't let it end like this. Well, that's life. A vagabond, if you will. We did it. I've never actually, like, made full use of the Kel nuke. Alright, so we can go to... let's turn in some quests and get the items from them, and then we can do the Space Boy fight. And then we can get to the good stuff. We can get to the freaking, Cattail Forest, memory shades, and then the real world, in which I'm going to not open the door, and then we're actually going to do the OMORI route. This actually looks kind of dangerous. I believe if you recycle like 50 cans, you get the special remote that lets you go to the OMORI room in Black Space at that TV. I'm pretty sure it's like one of 3 little areas. Yeah, the universal remote. It's like one of 3 Black Space 2 areas you can actually get to in the Sunny route. Oh. Yeah. Alright, so now we can actually switch. I've kind of said it before, or said it yesterday, but this little like side quest where you have to play as Hero to get the 3 crows to follow you back to the Scarecrow kind of can represent the part of the real world quest where Hero comes back and it's 1 day left and he gets everybody to go iron things out with OMORI. Yeah, I missed it the first time I played it. Man, I can't believe you have to get up to 10 energy to do the friend rush. Like, you almost never get that. Wow, miss, you sure are tall. Being tall isn't a hassle. We'll get more into it when I'm actually doing this truth sequence. Oh, there's so many enemies here. That has all the UFOs that just keep spawning more, and they're so easy to beat. And you can do the you just do the tag or the follow up with Hero with Kel to attack all the enemies. But yeah, during the truth sequence here, there's actually, I believe it's a line of dialogue that that is said in one of these scenes that doesn't actually appear in Memory Lane. I want to say it's the beach memory. I think it's probably just like an earlier version of the dialogue and they forgot to remove it from this part, but I always thought it was interesting. This is, oh yes, I'm glad you noticed my pancake bunny. I figured it would make sense to put out some of my OMORI merchandise that I've got. I'm wearing the watch. I have my cafe shirt. The bunny is probably one of the best OMORI merchandise pieces that exist. I like it a whole lot. Mango smoothie. Smoothies. We'll talk. I think I've been deciding when I'm going to get into my whole spiel about smoothies, and I think I'm probably going to do that when I can actually get to Bud Girl. The thing is, a lot of like my analysis that exist are so like they use like evidence from so many different places in the game that like it's hard to like find a good place to talk about it. Like sure, the Daisy side quest is right now, but the Daisy doesn't appear until Black Space. Home for Flowers Daisy doesn't appear until like the Truth Sequence, and the single puzzle piece is only in the Omori route. We want Mock out because Space Boy is going to be... Space Boy's the angry one. He's the angry elf. We'll talk about it when we get to Bud Girl, because Bud Girl's the most interesting part of Smoothie Theory. Or if you go to my Tumblr, I like 2 years ago did a whole post analyzing all the smoothie stuff in the game. What's funny is like like I know Suvi has like a completely separate thing about smoothies that I've like just not, like it's like the gravitational pull has never intersected. And so it's like Suvi has a whole other smoothie thing that I know is not related to my smoothie thing. Oh, what did I just pick up? Oh my gosh. Gosh, I was not paying attention. Oops. Is there like anything in the Sprout Mole village? There's like a quest you can start. Me when I say we're gonna probably skip most of the Headspace side quests. I think this is really funny, that Smol, the world's smallest centaur, got second place in a most horse competition, and apparently lost it to the Sprout Mole. Because you're like, oh, well, he probably lost it to a horse, because he's a centaur. Oh, that's probably the thing. Oh, okay. Strange table set. I like this little flower on the little table. Me when I see a table and two chairs next to it, is that a sunflower reference? And there's a flower on it. There's a basketball hoop right there. I freaking love Sprout Moles. Of course, if we are making that assumption, we have to assume that Omocat knew the ship name would be Sunflower before the game came out. Of course, there's that famous Discord message of Archaea saying that one demo sprite is the Sunflower fan child. I wonder if that was posted before or after the game came out. Probably after. You've never seen it? That's what Senesk is like based off of, is that sprite. It's the sprite where Sunny is he has the green sweater vest and a flower crown, and it's like a Headspace Sunny. Um, and there's like there's a Discord message where Archaea calls it a sunflower love child. Let's go. We'll turn in the Daisy quest. I mean, it's not every day that like a developer of a game is like, oh yeah, I just ship that, and I made a sprite that's their love child. Yeah, nowadays they'll do like they do mini, like when they were doing the merch photos for the like little plastic miniatures, they're just like, yeah, you're Sunny giving Basil a flower, like. Another Burgley quest? Maybe Neb will finally notice me. Got a Daisy from Daisy. Where starts Happy in battle? I don't think I have any Kel skills that are about Happy yet. Yeah, no, I don't. Also, I'm pretty sure Neb's dialogue changes at some point after you finish this quest. Extra Aubrey juice? That's true. Well, it's the same amount of extra heart as the... extra Aubrey juice. Have I forgotten how the emotions work? Is that what's going on right now? Extra Aubrey juice. Oh, the Burley thing. I thought you were talking about the Daisy. I was like, what are you talking about? Right, yeah. That's what that is. I'm pretty sure if you do the Daisy quest at some point, Neb's dialogue changes to I really like puzzles. Did you want something, Burley? We're best friends! Where's this, where... Oh my gosh, remember the, OMORI best friend, discourse? Where's this discourse at? Who's Burley's best friend? I thought it was OMORI. No, just years ago, there was that discourse about the wiki, what character should be... Yeah, like, Kel, the whole, like, Kel, Basil, best friends thing. Um, yeah. But the much funnier version of that, I believe, is that Burley calls both Omori and Aubrey best friends during the game. I'm pretty sure. Like Omori during the hide and seek, and then Aubrey in this quest. It was totally a ship war moment, but everybody was pretending it wasn't because they're like its best friend, not. I mean, you gotta farm off every Omori drama. That's how you get the numbers. Do you have to water... Do you have to, like, make sure you're watering the flowers before the boss or after the boss? Probably doesn't matter. It's like 2 seconds after credits. Nice. Burley's one of the greats. I think it's just that they have to be watered before you leave headspace. So you can do it after the boss fight. Like that's the check, is are they all watered as you're leaving headspace? Kim doesn't seem to know much about the situation with Aubrey, with any of Aubrey's friends, really. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if she doesn't actually know about the photo album, because the way Aubrey talks about the hooligans, like, starting to pick on Basil, seems to imply that they're really just doing it because she does it. But Aubrey and Kim are very close in the real world by the current point in time. They have that picture in their, Do they both have the picture, or is it just the picture in Kim's room? I don't remember. Am I missing anything before I... They both do. Okay. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Me when I see a table and 2 chairs next to it. All hope is lost. Look, his hair turned green. What did I say? It's like Basil. His hair was pink one moment, it turned green. And then you fight him, and it gives you an eye patch, just like Basil does in the real world after you fight him. Foolish children. Feelings are for losers. His whole thing about like emotions is also really similar to just Sunny in general. Which I think every Headspace character kind of represents Sunny to some extent. I think my favorite theory about the whole, like, sweetheart, space boyfriend thing is that it's, in a very abstract way, supposed to represent the, like, Sunny, Omori duality, in a very roundabout way. Oh, everybody, we have a visitor. This is Major Tom. Say hi, Major Tom. Okay. Hi there. He's lowered himself under the camera. Hold on, let me adjust the webcam. It is already kind of high. Major Tom Cam. I will let you defeat me! One banana smoothie, please. I was avoiding using the follow-up so I could try to do the friend rush, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh? No, that's gonna kill him. Ugh, my heart. It hurts. You found an eye patch. Hair's pink again. I'm Captain Spaceboy. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Wingaster, the Royal Scientist. I've been having a hard time controlling my emotions lately. It's full of our precious memories. The mixtape is the photo album! Perhaps Pluto was never meant to be a planet. I sure do. Gather the rest of the crew. Let's go to the frozen lake and get some snow cones. It's so interesting that this whole sequence was removed from the manga, because there's you could very easily do a whole thing where part of the reason Sunny goes outside instead of staying in bed is because Space Boy's thing right here, where he's like, "Well, I'm not doing. We're gonna go get snow cones because we're not doing anything with me staying in bed." Yeah. One last sign, one last little show of Aubrey crying over Basil. You're missing the real world. Bye, Suvi. Alright, so you get the train pass that lets you go to Orange Oasis. I don't know if you can actually go to Orange Oasis tonight. Or if you have to wait until 2 days left. Your bond with your friends became stronger. Everyone's follow-ups improved. You feel a cold breeze. Alright, so there's like a couple things you can do after, like before actually ending the night. There's the little area over here that you can go to and see Spaceball. You can't swim yet. Yeah. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's OMORI. Awesome. Loamy, loam, loam, loamy, loam is loamy. Glad we got that out of the way. I should have healed. Yeah, fighting the Unbred Twins. There's a couple things that go on there. You want to go during 2 days left so you can talk to what's-his-face before he, like the cowboy guy, before he turns into stone. Because he will. No, in both routes, you go there. If you go there as like soon as possible, you can talk to him and he'll tell you all the stuff about Headspace. And then if you go during 1 day left, he'll have turned into stone. Alright, here we are. The little frozen area. That's a little silly, but you don't. There's not really much to do here until, like, unless you're doing the OMORI route, because then you can go to one place. What you did back there was really brave. I would never challenge the captain like that. The snow comes down so slowly, but all the pieces seem to fall right into place in the end. It reminds me to be patient. I'm pretty sure the song that's playing right now is referenced in It Means Everything, Aubrey's church battle theme. Or maybe it's the other way around, which is really interesting. And I've never really known what to make of that. But we'll finish up here. I'll do the snow cone. I'll redeem the snow cone, and then we'll go water the flowers, and then do the real world stuff. I don't know, Kel. I've never really understood why there's a snow cone machine instead of you just giving the ticket to Jash, but whatever. Where is Space Pirate Guy? Yeah. Space Pirate Guy, as made famous by the OMORI manga. We're not going fishing. So yeah, I mean... That's true. Oh, lest we forget. How could I forget? I wish that just like kept going. Alright, so then we'll go water the flowers now. Oh. I did that out of order. I do really like Mari's exasperation with Kel all the time. That's very nice, Kel. Alright, Pluto Spaceline. Let's go water the flowers, and then we'll do the stranger stuff. We're making good time. It's only 8. No. I swear, if none of these stupid flowers are dead and I just... Come on. Really? Okay, well, they're fine. I'm pretty sure, like, it's like with each day they start decaying more and more. And then by the end, like, it's like scripted that they just are gone. All right. Well, I think we can just go ahead and hop into the old Stranger verse. Everybody loves Stranger. Now, I really, really like this sequence. Um, in fact, I think this and The Lost Library are both super, super cool ways to like tell parts of the past. Because this obviously is like, I mean, in the same way that the prologue as a whole can be seen as foreshadowing. Like this is literally just foreshadowing Memory Lane because it's the same memories. And then you have the Lost Library, which are different memories that you don't really see anywhere else, but sometimes the characters refer to them. It's really good. I think watermelons are my favorite part of summer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody actually says that during that memory. We'll see it later on, I'm sure, because we'll definitely be doing this whole thing. But I'm pretty sure nobody actually says watermelons are my favorite part of the summer in that memory. One of these memories has a line of dialogue that does not make it in the actual memory lane. I wish. What should I wish for? I have everything I could want right here. Oh my gosh. I can't believe Suvi left before this. Rainy day memory. Are you going on ahead? Don't worry about us. We'll catch up in a minute. Mari's cookies. Mari's cookies have much more love baked into them. I could eat them forever. Man. We're still young. We should dream big, right? I believe that is an optional line of dialogue, or maybe Hiro says it whichever line you pick. But that's like when he asks if he should be a doctor or a chef. Maybe he says it either way, now that I think about it. This year, you get just one present from all of us. Oh, man. That sprite with the violin present is really old. Like, it appears in really old versions of Omori. I think that was all of them, right? Good Lord. F. A happy family. Sheet music on a stand. All the notes have been scribbled out. Happy family. We have the light bulb up there. Waiting for something to happen. At that time, I saw everything. When you stood here before, did you see it too? Something behind you. Gosh. It really makes you wonder, like, how long did it take Basil to come up with something? Like, because I don't think in the moment he saw something. I think it's something he came up with retroactively. I know there's probably different interpretations of this, but last day of a big furniture sale. Can't resist a good bargain. Hold on, I'm brushing my teeth. So I need to put a save down in this slot so that I have a save that is before the route split. You can also... Okay, the money's already in your inventory. For some reason, I thought you had to collect it. Nothing here. A shoe rack. Hello, hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Welcome to your new summer job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I'm just going to say it. There are people who say that they accidentally got locked in the OMORI route, and I think those people are lying. I think that no shot, actually, that they got locked, that you accidentally get locked into the OMORI route. I mean, I get that, like, there's a Hellmari thing. Um, but, like, you have to, like, it's not like the game hides that there's a real world. Like, everybody knows these characters. I'm gonna be honest with you, Sonny. I really didn't expect you to come out today. I had a save at the bed, and last time I played the OMORI route on my Switch, I saved over that save, and I was like, oh crap, now next time I'm going to have to do it. A classy white mailbox. A fire hydrant. You shouldn't walk in the street, Sonny. Put your red sold sticker on it. Your house has been sold. In 3 days, you will be moving somewhere else. A pinwheel blows freely in the wind. No, might not be a good time. There's real Hector right there. Got his basketball hoop. I'm pretty sure you can't really go into anyone's house yet. Like, that opens up... You have to do, like, the story stuff first. Yeah, they're all closed. You can see the preacher in the morning. You don't get to see him later on. Pretty boy. Everybody loves Pretty Boy. Come to this park more often. I guess all it takes to relax is to stop and smell the roses. All right, so let's talk about these little visions. I mean, the Headspace ones are obviously Sonny still trying to adjust to the real world. You know, been 3 to 4 years, kind of like a fourth of his entire life locked in his bedroom. Here's the best character in the game. This is Claus, who is named after a character from Earthbound. Are we going to do the recycultist stuff? That is a question. Because... Oh, shoot. So if you do the recycultist stuff... Yeah, you do get more real-world interactions. There is something that you miss out on, though. There's a unique vision of Sonny and Basil at the hideout that you can see if you don't do the recycultist stuff. But that is it. There's not much substance to that. They're in their rainy day memory outfits, so like take that for what you will. I think the we'll do the recycultist stuff. It's been a while. It's for my portfolio. I'm trying to get into art school next year. There's also interesting. Mincy is not a character that we see a younger version of in Headspace. She seems to not be... I mean, there's quite a few characters in the park who you don't see younger versions of. Pretty Boy and Jock are a couple of them. I really think your drawing is great. I wouldn't be able to do that in a million years. Shake it off, shake it off, oh. All right, well, we'll pick up the trash. It's Apple Guy. Olive Beanie. I Can't find it anywhere. There used to be a lake. Give me your trash. Old Hope. Oh, here? Here's a couple recycultists. So, like, the recycle path is clearly, like, a dream sequence. But, like, are these guys real? They don't disappear like other dream visions in Far Away when you talk to them. But it seems a little bit out there for the recycultists to be a real thing. Here's Jock of Pretty Boy and Jock fame. So this is how we find out that Jock and Kel are friends. I also think this is... I think this is the first time you can ever, like, they would have ever revealed that Jock's name is Jay, because the comic was also called Pretty Boy and Jock, and I don't think there was any dialogue in it. He's the captain of the football team. I'm just here to kill time. This guy's voiced by Patrick Warburton. You trying out for the basketball team this year, right, Kel? Maybe you can teach me some of your tricks. My childhood friend Sonny here is leaving town in the next few days, so we're hanging out all day today. Good, see you then. Did he say anything else? No. Gay. Give me your trash. I just made a wish that I would meet my one true love today. There he is. There's Space Boy. I don't think you can make him disappear. All right. Here we are. I guess we can just take it. Mary CD. Toby Fox wrote that. Are we gonna do the pet rock stuff? When I first played through OMORI, I did like the final pet rock fight on my first try, but Kel has not been coming to hobbies because he doesn't have any friends. Okay, that's all of our money. So I guess we're doing pet rocks. I always pick scissors. Kel's pet rock is Pluto. No, Kel always picks rock. I think it's implied that Kel lets you win here, because if you lose, he like makes a weird face. Now, of course, Sunny should already have a pet rock, because we know he does. Glasses Boy, my favorite novel, just got a comic adaptation. Alright, so this is the second reference to the city. As a place that people come all the way from to shop at hobbies, which kind of implies a couple things. One, the city, at least to a person at hobbies, would be somewhere considered somewhat far away, because she says all the way from the city. That being said, it's not that far away, because if it was too far away, you wouldn't be able to come all the way to far away to go here. And there will be something later on that implies that the city is a lot closer than you might think. Plus, if you look at old concept art, the city's practically like connected to far away. Of course, you know, the canonicity of that old concept art is one thing. There's not really a whole lot of analysis to be had here. Also, her pet rock is Tomato Girl, like I said. The real world is much less metaphorical, so I'll probably take a lot of this time to talk more about kind of my opinions on like certain characters. It's okay, Tomato Girl, it's not your fault. Alright, do I have to go to the park? Okay, it's Michael, a soon-to-be traveling musician. Michael, guitar guy, is... I think it... So first off, I think it's funny that Sunny just refers to like characters as like guitar guy or jock or things like that, even though like they clearly say their names. I don't have any money. Well, let me go into Geno's. There's Old Beardy. Bro's always been homeless. Just kidding. I think, yeah, there is like a quest where you have to bring him like a lunch from his dad. Yeah, psychic. Sunny is psychic. So I know each of these characters have like different like statistics on what they like to pick. Generally, I just pick scissors, and it works for me. Here it is, the Toby Fox Special. I think it's so funny that Kel's like, oh, you're working? I know we were spending the entire day together, but you're gonna go take a job? I guess I'll just go hang out. Take this pizza to the house with the dark pink and the white rug. Okay, yeah. Pizza delivery. Against all odds, you have successfully delivered the pizza. Please take this pizza to the house with the red brick chimney and the rock-lined driveway. Where's my diet, Dr. Kelp? I like these jobs. I like these little sequences. I know there's not much to them, but take this pizza down the street to the house with the purple rug and the gray pickup out front. Purple rug. We're just putting off. We are just putting off like the big reveal, the entrance of Basil into the plot, and the subsequent exit of Basil from most of the plot. $20. Can I do that again, or is it otherworldly CD? I think you can only do each of the jobs once a day, right? Well, I'm not going to do them more than once if I can. My wife keeps telling me I'm getting chubbier and tubbier. Oh, pizza. Pizza sounds good, but I don't buy pizza anymore. Fix it. Alright, so I like this minigame a little bit more than the pizza one. You just have to sort all the things. I hate working retail. Alright. Give me that drill. Riveting gameplay. Something's in my eye. Oh shoot, what did I just pick up? No. We did it. This time we finally moved in together. Isn't this so this is so exciting, isn't it, Sean? So here it is, Sean and Karen. I didn't remember what Ren's real name was. Oh, Sean, you're too selfless. I don't need to pick a wall color. Let's get a stranger to help us. So, these characters do not seem to remember Sunny and Kel, despite the fact that Sunny knows who they are. You picked up a floral wallpaper sample. You do see it later on when you go to their house. I think it's like, I think the floral wallpaper is like similar to most of the characters' houses. Like if you look, they're all like floral wallpaper but different colors. Housewarming party 2 days from now. So as Sunny is moving out, they are moving in. Of course, they're already from the area. Gruff guy. So this is Kim and Vance's dad. Fertilizer. PU. Oh. So that is Basil and Aubrey from the beach memory, of course. I've always gone back and forth on if these mean anything. If these are memories that Sunny remembers, or if they're just misplaced. This one especially is weird to try to say it actually happened because it would imply that Basil, Sunny, and Aubrey all went to to fix it the day they were going to the beach, which I don't think would make much sense. But there are a couple that I think are interesting with where they are located that would make sense as like an actual thing. And of course it does make sense for Basil to appear in that section of Fix It. Who knows though? Who knows? Alright, so here is Miss Candace, who, of course, appears to have inspired Sweetheart, though I seem to remember that Sweetheart is may also be a fictional character. Like, I feel like in the OMORI route, we do see I feel like we do see like a Sweetheart DVD or something. Or maybe that's just like fandom getting to me. We will of course be buying a fish because I will be feeding my sweet baby boy Claus. Do you need to feed him twice a day or once a day? I'll get 2. I have one job, it is to sell meat. I hope we meet again. Alright, let's get a movie star. Is that? I mean, I think the common like fandom interpretation is kind of like Barbie. So we'll take these flyers. You could also interpret Miss Candace as being like a fan of Sweetheart, and so she could possibly be represented by either Rosa or the whatever that other whatever the other shoot, what am I thinking? What's the other character's name who lives in Pesci? Like something like that? I don't know. The one that lives in Otherworld who dresses like Sweetheart. Or it could be like Perfect Heart. Like there's so many different Sweethearts variants. Pesci, yes. Here's my favorite thing. Aragnis. There it is. Aragnis. Oranges, but yellow. So that is just... also, here's Polly. Is there nothing I can do? Yeah, you can talk to Polly. So Sunny does know what lemons are. So that is just him being kind of silly with it, which we love for him. We love it when Sunny is silly. Yeah, he is. Sunny is full of personality. I think a lot of people don't pay enough attention to Sunny, or they assume that like stuff about Omori can't really. Oh! No. Give me that. Oh. Yeah. How much money do you have to give this guy? I'm pretty sure the Headspace version of this guy plays this exact same song. So it's either Sunny is psychic or this guy's been at it for years. Well, I'm not giving him all my money right now, but I think we can get that out of the way pretty easily today. Headspace is a loop. That's how I know that I'm about to fight Aubrey. So... gosh, my eye is killing me. But we push on. There they are. There he is, the boy. Pretty boy. I can play Pet Rocks with Pretty Boy. Basil, get out of the way. I think the conversation about the hooligans and Basil is pretty interesting. Because Basil did approach Kim for assistance with trying to get the photo album back. Though she does call him a creep. That's Basil. Leave him alone, you bully. Oh, it's just Kel. So, Kim does know Kel. Get the full art of Aubrey. Sunny's here. Wow, it really is you. It's been a while, but you haven't changed a bit. How long has it been since you left your house? 3 years? Maybe 4? Must have been nice to live in your own little bubble. So it's really easy to finish this fight early, because if you attack with Sunny, he will attack with a knife. But I'm a pro gamer, and we don't do that. This is a Kel solo. We're not gonna stab Aubrey in this run playthrough. I'm selecting guard, but I'm pretty sure Aubrey only attacks Sunny if Kel is downed. Which I believe the wiki says that that is a glitch. But I think you very well could see it as a intentional. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a glitch and they chose to leave it in, because it's really easily noticed. It is nice characterization for Aubrey. Of course, I don't think it entirely lines up with the way that she treats Sunny until she rejoins the party. I think she seems really angry about Sunny coming back outside after all this time, but that's neither here nor there. You could also interpret it as... I've seen people interpret it as Kel preventing Aubrey from attacking Sunny, which also makes sense, because, I mean, it just makes sense. It is really funny how this scene plays out if you don't attack with Sonny. Why'd you back away? Sonny, he has a steak knife. We gotta get you out of here. You'll pay for this. He literally didn't do anything. Like, yeah, I guess he's carrying a steak knife around, but like... Good thing you had your knife there, or we would have... Obviously, like, I think the... You would... I think it's like really obvious that the intention there is that you do attack with the knife without realizing it. Because you can't even check your inventory, because if you check your inventory, it says your hands. It doesn't say you have the knife. You'd have to remember that you picked it up during the prologue. So the average player isn't going to realize that... like, the average player is just going to select attack turn one, right? Her and her new friends have been nothing but trouble. Poor Basil. Let's check if he's okay. Hey, Basil, how you doing? Basil doesn't say anything about Sonny until Kel mentions him. Like, during that entire interaction, he, like, tries to talk to Aubrey. He responds to Kel. He doesn't really react to Sonny until Kel actually says hey, here's Sonny. I think he just doesn't know how. Like, I mean, you could argue that maybe he doesn't even think he's real. But, I don't know, this seems like a pretty lucid point in time for Basil. He's not freaking out, really. What a happy reunion. I really like the way, Basil's, like, real world sprite contrasts with his Headspace sprite. I think there's a lot of fan art kind of, when they draw real world Basil, kind of like, can scale him back a little bit to how he was pre-canon. I don't know. I like his art. I like the way they draw him in this game. You really don't get to see real world modern Basil all that much, especially because he doesn't get really a scene, like a full art scene that's colored in. Like, almost all art of Basil, like all of the... I'm trying to, like, think. Like, all the merchandise art, all the calendar art, that's all pre-canon. You never get, like, a panning shot of Basil until the fight, and he's, like, obscured in shadow and facing away from you. And then the secret ending, which, if memory serves, is not in color. Oh, yeah. Basil's a spoil sport and doesn't want to hang out with us. Of course I remember that. I'm Basil's best friend. Man, poor Basil. When we used to be friends. Do you remember how I used to take pictures of everyone? Aubrey stole your photo album. Well, she won't give it back. About what you said before, we're still friends. I love how much this scene conveys. I want you to know that, okay. Basil looks over at Sunny and then says, okay. Could mean a lot of things. He can't look at Kel in the eyes. Again, I think most of these houses we can't really go inside yet. Oh, hey stranger, just in type. Inspiration as striketh. So, here's an interesting thing. Sunny knows Angel and his sister. He knows their dog is named Lucas. He remembers when Lucas was little. If we go... I don't think we can go back to Angel's room yet. Or can we? Okay, you can't view it yet, but Lucas does have... Or, Angel does have a Fofax book. It's the only place that it appears in the real world, meaning that's something that is shared between Sunny and Angel. There's also the weirdness of Angel in Headspace. He presumably knows Lucas's name because he knew them before locking himself away. Maybe Artist and Mari were friends. You also have this fishbowl that kind of resembles Deeper Well. Lucas is also an Earthbound reference. I do like that Sunny has no shame about just looking through people's fridges and their... and rating their beds. I think it's fun. Angel's bed's a 7 out of 10. That's not bad, all things considered. Claus is in the park right now, and then later he will follow you to Basil's house. You guys look pretty trustworthy. Make yourselves at home. I got it. God damn it. 15, 3, 30, 29, 32. Of course, I think canonically, Sunny would be the pick randomly option. Alright, so we need to isolate everything here, so... plus 28. Negative 10x equals 28. Divided by negative 3. Oh gosh. I know how to do this. I'm good at math. Plus 3x, that's 10x. We subtract the 24. Negative 20 equals 10x. Yeah. There's all kinds of little details. There's some comics hidden between these textbooks. Oh, as we can't forget. This bet is a little on the hard side, but overall not too bad. 7 out of 10. Fix it. Lo and behold, my brand new garden shears are missing. It's true, my new garden shears tore a hole open in my plastic bag. My pencil is on the table. Eggplants taste better when it is cooked. It is definitely tastiest than tofu. I think eggplant is the better tasting soft vegetable. Eggplant and tofu, by the way. Aubrey and basil. I don't know what it means. Probably nothing. I think they just like tofu and eggplants. This is Charlie's grandma. Oh, there's the shears. That's a weird side quest, especially all things considered regarding garden shears. I don't know. It's a weird side quest. The faraway side quests are, in general, a little weird. But that one, it's like not even hard to find the garden shears. And it almost just feels like it's there to like say like, oh, look, we have garden shears. Yeah, so Charlie usually gets her grandmother medication. Polly's an interesting character. I think people really like Polly. But I don't think she is going to... I don't think Polly will adopt Basil post-game, personally. I don't think she would, like, abandon him or anything like that, but... I just don't think that that's what Polly would do. Especially since Basil's, like, almost 18. And Polly's, like... I don't think she's much older than, Hero. Though she is older than Hero, I don't think she's much older than Hero. Polly! I believe Polly is also the source of a contradiction. I believe there's contradicting lines of dialogue that talk about how long Polly's been taking care of Basil's grandma, or how long she's known Basil. I think it's easily reconcilable, but I do think it plays into some of the surrealness of Omori that, yeah. We'll get to it. There's a line of when you talk to her. I'm pretty sure both lines of dialogue are on this day, so we'll figure it out. I'll point it out when we get to it. It's not like that bad of a contradiction. It's like I'll point it out. Yeah, let's get out of here, Dreamworm. Let me go, no, we can't go in there yet, because it's the Bread Twins. Hey, fellas, how's it hanging? It is the weekend. This game takes place during a weekend. Orange Joe, big day for Kel. All right, we have Chris here, who does recognize Sunny, though it's been a while. We only met a few times. I was sent off to boarding school for a few years and just came back about 3 years ago, I think. Kel's trying out for a junior varsity basketball team. I believe that means he's a freshman or a sophomore. Chris is an interesting character. She's blue for an amazing reason, of course. Her whole deal is that she misses all her friends from boarding school, which kind of resonates with Sunny's story. Change is just a fact of life. It's the memories we make with them that we should cherish. We already collected a seashell. Yeah, so we can't go into Kel's house yet. I want to say hi to Hector! Alright, and then let's go watch a guy try to fix his sink. No response. This is the moving house. Oh, we can't... Oh. Kim and Vance's dad. Hey kids, you're just in time to watch me fix this pipe. Guess I'll try again tomorrow. Here's $1, kids. Oh. Here's $1, kids. Two out of 10. All right. Yeah, we can progress the plot now. Oh, let me get those cans. Why would Aubrey throw away a whole bundle of bananas? What did Aubrey mean by this? Alright, pretty boy. Do your worst. I always pick scissors. Never fails. Rose lad, are you okay? Alright, let's give the cat the fish. Unlike Lucas, I don't think Claus's name actually ever appears in the game. He gives you trash. But their names are both references to Earthbound. Your name's Charlie, right? I can tell you're really not the mean type of person. Aubrey took something important from Basil, and we need to get it back. It's time to be serious now. I'll tell everyone about that time you wet your bed at summer camp. There it is. So could indicate that Sunny knows Angel from summer camp, and perhaps Angel brought his dog there or something, and his faux facts there, and that's how Sunny knows about them. He's the keeper of all knowledge. The Maverick. I like the hooligans. The hooligans, it's interesting that the hooligans really aren't friends in Headspace. Like, they don't really interact with each other outside of Burley and Van. No, that hasn't updated yet. Best character alert. He's the best. And the worst. It's true. He's peak. The Maverick is such an amazing character. He was honing his techniques just for this moment. He's been training. Look at his cool 2000s over-the-ear headphones. People of Earth, lend me your strength. He has an aura there. Do you see it? Sunny and the Maverick are on the same wavelength. Like, He's powering up. Let's just go find Gim. I like that he just maintains that pose. That boy with the blonde wig is so cool. I wish I had his confidence. Smiley, smiley. Don't make me call the cops on you kids. There are cops in Faraway. So earlier in the day, Kel did say he did not have any money, so that Sunny would buy Hero's gift. And then just now he walked back into the candy store to buy a whole bag of candy to bribe Kim and Vance with. You can't buy us off with candy. What do you take us for? I don't know, Kim. We haven't had candy for an entire week, and there's a whole bag right in front of us. We don't even have to pay for it. Oh, shoot. These fights are kind of like nothing. I mean, it's nice to get like the full art sprites of the hooligans, but like it's kind of just filler. Ouch, that hurts. Smell you later, nerds. Polycheck. Anything new in Polytown? Nope. All right. It do be time for church. There's Aubrey's bike. Very funny that Kel straight up is like, "Hey, we shouldn't interrupt this," and then the only way to progress is like, actually, Sunny is gonna interrupt this. Uh, there's no turning back now as Sunny walks into the church. Symbolism that will come back later on. That is very nice. Very nice to see Polly. She struggles a lot with Basil. Who cares what Mari thinks? Mari's dead. Now, obviously, it's not hard to realize that something's going on with Mari based on what you see in Headspace and Tell Mari if you open the door for her. It's clear that something's going on there, and she clearly wasn't in the real world. Though when she's knocking on the door, she does say that she's like at college or whatever. But this is the first outright confirmation that Mari is dead. And haunting the narrative. You can't just forget your old friends like that. My old friends. You see, I think these characters don't have a whole lot to them, but I think they do their parts in the story really well. In that these moments, you don't really need to understand the characters that well for these moments to hit. Aubrey's viewpoint's very understandable, but she still is taking a pretty antagonistic role. And you could argue that it's a pretty selfish perspective, considering she is also applying that to Sunny, but who knows if she would apply that to Sunny if he wasn't hanging out with Kel. How could you do that to Basil? Important to all of us. Is that what Basil told you? Mari died, you moved on so fast. You know why I come here every week? Yeah, I think you could pretty easily say that this is a Sunday, considering they're at church and it's a weekly occurrence, so it's not just Aubrey visiting. Plus, there was the All-American guy who said that it was the weekend. I don't think that affects anything at all, but I don't know. You know why I come here every week? Even after all this time, I'm still trying to find some peace. But it doesn't look like that's happening today. We haven't talked in 4 years. So, up until this point, the way the way Kim talks about Kel, the way Kim talks about Kel and all the other characters implies that they've like they interact on a pretty regular basis. Now it doesn't seem like Kel's really talked to Basil, but he's definitely not talked to Aubrey in 4 years, which is kind of crazy. Because you kind of got the idea, the way he was talking about the hooligans, that dealing them with them is kind of what he's been doing. And I don't think it's just Kel avoiding Aubrey. I think Aubrey's very much avoiding Kel and is quite annoyed that he is pushing the topic now that Sunny's out. Also, the game doesn't take exactly 4 years after Sunny locked himself away, because that would have been in the winter, but the game takes place in summer, so it's most likely 3.5. I would agree with that, but I think I do think it was intentional for her to say that. I think the common belief that Aubrey was bullying Basil nonstop for 4 years is a little incorrect. I think Aubrey very much was avoiding all of her old friends after a while and not trying to push the subject. But I don't know. The way Kel talks to the other hooligans implies that he interacts with them fairly regularly, so it is a little strange. But they will bring it. They will bring up a couple times how Kel has focused way more on sports and has sports friends now, even though you don't really see them as much, other than like Jock and maybe Chris, if you count that. The Aubrey you knew is long gone, and the Aubrey that was your friend, she's long gone too. I'm sorry. Yeah, the timeline is what the thing is. We don't know how long it took Sonny to lock himself away. I mean, if you wanted to make it, we know that. I mean, I think there's enough evidence to say that the recital was supposed to be in October. I mean, actually, I think we do know that it was supposed to be in October because of one of the photo album entries. But you could I think it could be. I think my assumption has always been. I don't know. I guess my assumption has always been that Sunny, they left for winter break and then Sunny never came back. And that's why you get stuff like Headspace Basil not liking snow. Plus, there's a whole thing with Sunny got the violin on Christmas. It also would be pretty easy for Sunny to just stop coming to school after Christmas break. Snow is kind of like white space. So Aubrey, I think it's been a while since Aubrey has directly done anything to Basil. Obviously, she started calling him a creep and all that. I think that kind of stopped at some point, and they mostly avoided each other. And now Basil is pushing the subject. I don't know. I guess it has been a while since I've played it though, so we'll find out more about that timeline. I think the game wants you to think that Aubrey was just bullying him about the photo album, and then but I think that is supposed to be a misreading of the situation. I think she did start the bullying and then other people did it, but she herself has not actually done it. Now that doesn't mean that that doesn't make her like a perfect character or anything like that. I think it was more for her own benefit that she was avoiding Basil. But I don't think Kel is intervened in as like defended, like the way that Basil and Kel talk seems like Kel has not been involved in Basil at all. And since Kim is still calling Basil a creep, that's clearly been going on for a while. Um, so, I mean, yeah, Kel. I think the game wants us to think that Kel's a pretty busy person, and that's why you have like the stuff with Jock and Chris. Um, and so he maybe didn't notice that until now Sonny's going along with him. Um, an uncharitable read would be that he knew what was going on. And in fact, I think he kind of says a little bit like he noticed something was going on, but he didn't know how to intervene. Um, but yeah, choosing to waiting until Sonny's coming outside is kind of like right. That's the thing is Basil probably figured that the photo album was better in Aubrey's hands and that he deserved it. Um, and so he was fine with her taking it. Poor defenseless Basil. You're the one hanging out with the psychopath who carries around a knife. Oh shoot, I forgot to heal before the fight. Does Orange Joe do anything in the real world? Look at her clothing. It is completely inappropriate for a church. Can I just say, Omori has such a strong opening. I think, in a lot of ways, it doesn't hold up long-term in its storytelling. I think Headspace starts to drag, and a lot of the real-world stuff feels like it... A lot of the real-world stuff works, and that's why people like it. There's a lot of good moments in the real world, but the problem is it's not really building up to anything because it can't build up to anything because everybody's wrong about what actually happened. Oh, shoot. I can't believe she would bring a weapon in here. How uncivilized. Yeah, this is... like... And this is Sunny instigating this, because Kel wanted to wait until she left. Which probably could have turned out better. I don't know. Maybe... Aubrey's still pretty upset with them. But they're invading her safe space, and she's not going to be able to really come back here anymore after this. Like... Someone needs to stop them. Where are their parents? It really does make you think, like, how Aubrey would treat Sunny if he wasn't with Kel. Because that's something that I wonder about a lot. Because Aubrey goes after Sunny a lot in this, especially in this first day. Knife-wielding psychopath, haven't left your house in 4 years. And Kel pointed out that Sunny would be more affected, based on what she thinks the truth is. Like, it's almost like hypocritical for her to say Sunny abandoned her. But, something I always wonder is just how much of that is because he is hanging out with Kel, who Aubrey already, could get into pretty tense fights with as a kid. And that's now, like, boiled over. This girl's a threat to this neighborhood. There's no hope for sinners like her. I do think this scene and to some extent the stuff at the lake is kind of the peak of Aubrey's writing, unfortunately. Um, I think if I had to, I think unfortunately most of the writing criticisms I have with characters in Amori apply to Aubrey the most. Um, because so much of Headspace Aubrey stuff is not real because it's Sunny projecting onto her. And real world, she's kind of antagonistic for most of the real world. And so you barely kind of get glimpses of how she was pre-canon and memory lane in the photo album, which, outside of the crush on Amori, does kind of line up pretty well with um, what we know. It's not like Headspace is entirely inaccurate, I guess I should say. Um, she also has a pretty good story. I think she's one of the few characters that the manga kind of improved with the phone call to her father and all that, which is not something you could have shown in the game really. Um, I think that Aubrey sets up like a very compelling real world plot, and you really do feel bad for her in this scene. At least I do. Um, and walking into her house for the first time is a good moment as well. I don't know. I'm interested to replay the lake scene. I kind of want to see her in that scene again. Preacher's very funny. There's the comic. I don't know if anybody else has seen this comic that came out that somebody drew years ago, but it's just this dialogue. I usually wouldn't condone fighting in the middle of a sermon, but that seemed really important. She had a bat with nails in it. Um, yeah, I do like the preacher. Of course, we can go out back here now and our dearest Mari. The sun shined brighter when she was here. Feels like so long ago already. I still think about her all the time. I'm sure you do too. When Mari passed away, Hiro really stopped caring about everything. He didn't want to get out of bed for school or even eat. He stopped taking care of himself, stopped baking and cooking. It was like that for almost a year. Mom and Dad didn't know what to do either. We all tried to help him be supportive, but nothing was really working. One night, I went over to him while he was all huddled in his blankets and started saying stuff. Stuff like how we all miss him and how we want him to get better, how everyone is really worried. How Mari wouldn't want to see him like this. Pause a little bit. Kel is like admitting to lying to Hiro here. Stuff like how we all miss him and how we want him to get better, how everyone is really worried. But Kel hasn't been talking to any of his friends at this. In fact, everything we know is that he's been entirely focused on Hero in the immediate aftermath. Like, he obviously wasn't talking to Aubrey, and Sonny and Basil weren't talking to him. But yeah, and then Mari sees him like this. I thought I was helping him, but Hero got angry. Suddenly got up and started screaming and yelling at me about a bunch of stuff. Some of it was pretty hurtful too. That's true. You could say that. I usually don't assume they're talking about their parents because sometimes it feels like Omocat wants to play like by Charlie Brown rules, but I guess he did mention his parents in the previous sentence, so that does make sense. I don't know though. I still think in context, if he's saying everyone, he'd be talking about the friend group. Some of it was pretty hurtful too, but I think I blocked out a lot of it. Eyes were already super red, but the more he yelled at me, the harder he cried. Tried my best to calm him down, but whatever I said just made him worse. Never seen Hero do anything close to that before. Really took me by surprise. I was so scared that, well, I started crying too. This is a parallel. Of course, to the fight that we know Sonny and Mari had. Sonny's not the only one who's pushed a sibling down, it seems. I do think Hero... I'm not going to get into that right now. Well, if we finish the game, I'll talk more about like the ending and forgiveness and what the game wants us to think about all that. Got a lot better, taking care of himself, focused on school a lot more, joining a bunch of extracurricular stuff. He's naturally good at everything, but he still works really hard, so I'm proud of him. Yeah, I kind of get it. I don't think the game... I kind of brought it up on Twitter a little bit. I think a lot of Kel's home life is written in such a way to make him a foil of Sonny. Hector's still around, Miwa's not. Hero's still around, Mari's not. Both parents are still there. His mom is overbearing instead of not around. His dad, from what we can see, is much less strict than Sonny's dad was. Kel's not moving, Sonny is. It's, yeah, it's a lot. I think Sonny's mom tries her best. We already talked about Sonny's mom yesterday. I do think that she probably shouldn't have done furniture sales for 3 days, I believe, is the reasoning the game gives us for why she didn't come back. Especially when she knows the power is supposed to be going out. But you could interpret that as her trying to push for Sonny to reconnect with his friends. I don't know. Imagine, it's the last 3 days before you're moving out of a house you've lived in for years, and you're just not there. I don't know. And then we have the white egret orchids. I think it's pretty clear that Basil is putting these around town. My thoughts will follow you into your dreams. Honestly, in the game itself, I think there is a discussion to be had about what that phrase refers to, if they intend for that to refer to Mari. Though I think the better interpretation is that it is Basil, considering he's probably the ones leaving the flowers around town. And there's the Basil t-shirt where the phrase "my thoughts will follow you into your dreams" is present. And of course, that's the whole thing with Stranger. Yeah, like you said, is I think the best interpretation of Stranger is that it is in many ways just maybe not in a literal sense, but Basil's thoughts following Sunny into his dreams. Though there is some contradiction to that. Stranger clearly shows a desire for the truth to be out, whereas Basil doesn't. But who knows? I don't know. We don't really need to talk to these people. I don't like them. They can go die. My point is, I think in the game itself, it was a little bit more up in the air what it referred to, but maybe not, though. It's clearly Basil putting them around. I seem to remember that there was debates about it back when I was like first getting into the fandom, but it seems pretty clear that it is Basil. I don't think there's anything else to do before night. Have I turned in all the quests that are available? Because after the dinner at Basil's, it's going to be nighttime, and then the only thing you can really do is check out the cats. Well, feeding, you only have to feed one cat. It's Claus. Yes, I do want to high five Kel. I do think some dialogue starts refreshing, so we will go through. We can't go into Kel's house yet. What kind of pass was that? My, Kel, you've grown so tall. I do like little lines of dialogue on this, like this, stuff that that implies this world is existing. Like this woman is a friend of Kel's mom. You can imagine that Kel's parents probably still talk to Sunny's mom. I got pie. Summer End County Fair, so it is before the end of the summer. Yeah, I think all of Chris's dialogue is just going to be about the shells. I think she gives you a friendship bracelet. It's kind of cool. I don't think we can go in here yet because they're at church. I tell you what, the art, like the coloring of Faraway Town, I think really helps to give it this same tone. I wish we could eat dinner with Vance and Kim. I think that would be the most awkward dinner of all time. Okay, so it doesn't really look like any of this is updating. But we can probably go inside Charlie's house now. Talk to Charlie's grandma. Made a lot of new friends recently. Charlie is a recent addition to the Hooligans. It's also not... Charlie's also not her granddaughter, she's her daughter. Seem to have accumulated over a long period of time. Almost 20 years ago. So, here it is. There's a love letter on this table. Who could it be for? I don't know. Who do you guys think it's for? She has a cactus. I guess it could be Kel. I cannot begin to proliferate the proposal of mundane scribbles amongst one another on deflated parchment. If you're going to scribe me something, please do so in the most modern entrapment in Parliament. Heh, 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 heh. I say to thee, is that a pet rock? It gawks like a little weakling. I've seen people think that it is basil. I don't fully buy into that, considering, like we said, she is a recent addition to the Hooligans. And the Hooligans are calling Basil a creep all the time. You could maybe argue that it is someone in the Hooligans, considering she just recently joined. Which, I don't know if you could really say that, though, because... yeah, I don't think Charlie really calls him anything. Okay, I don't think the scissors strat is working in this one. Oh shoot, I'm about to lose. We're gonna try scissors again. Okay, so this one you have to pick rock, because he doesn't pick paper. A lot of these pet rocks fights, they each have like one option that they either don't pick or barely ever pick. Oh, wait, get those cans. Yeah, again, so the evidence for her having a crush on Basil would be that she's also kind of soft, similar upbringing. You can also find her in Fix It in the garden section. and she is the one who gives you a new flower clip, which we will talk about a little bit. I think the fact that Charlie gives you that flower clip is interesting. However, in my opinion, it just doesn't make sense for me, for Charlie's crush to be on Basil. I don't think she would be friends with the hooligans, especially if they only became friends recently. If that was like her situation. Yeah. Oh yeah, you get to do this, you get to watch Kel in the Maverick race. Could be somebody in the hooligans, like I said. Maybe Vance, they're both big. Maybe it's the Maverick, that's kind of funny. The problem is the only person in the hooligans that Charlie hangs out with individually is Angel, and Angel's younger than everybody. But she does have a cactus. Now, again, remember that the flower meanings were all added very late in development, and those cacti appear everywhere, so that probably isn't what that means. I don't know, though. I think it's up for interpretation. We don't really get to know a whole lot about Charlie. Okay, the Maverick wasn't even trying. Come on. He wasn't even using a tenth of his power. There's the recycle path. Let's turn in our garbage. $12. Oh, there it is. Heya, so how you been doing lately? I'm doing good. Coming to the park by myself helps me relax and gather my thoughts, though I'm still glad that I bumped into you. Oh yeah? That's really cool. I'm glad I bumped into you too. That's kind of gay. I see more trash! Oh, I forgot you can do all of the Pet Rock stuff day one. Oh, you can't fight Shopkeep until you fight the other. Nice. I could use a consultant for things like this. Captain Spaceboy's Space Adventure. Oh. What kind of game is this? Was that big diamond good? Should I have collected that? This is the #1 ship, by the way. Oh, darn. Okay, yeah, so I should... Oh, I should have been collecting that! Game over. Did I get the high score? I'm a pro gamer. My name is Sonny Omori, and I'm a pro gamer. Cool glasses. Well, if Sonny thinks so. I think Polly's gone by now. Because she'll be at the house. Ooh, another job app. Oh, is this the, Huh. This is the fly killing one. I don't think this job is, like, required for Universally Loved, but we'll do it anyway. Maybe it is. Hey, it's Mincy. Yeah, I don't think the jobs are required for Universally Loved, though that's obviously how you get money. Though I don't think you really need money after this. I mean, I guess if you want healing items for the Recycle Cultist hideout. But the only other fight after this really is... the hooligans during day 2, but... you don't really have to worry about that, because if you get, you can just tase them, or pepper spray them. What is it? Is it pepper spray? Haze. I do love the image of Sunny just getting really mad trying to swat at flies in a supermarket. Definitely missing one. Bread. Am I not missing one? Am I a little bit cringe? Okay, yeah, you just have to talk to her. Alright. Can we actually talk to Mincy now? Yeah. This is sure a great day to be universally loved. You're carrying a pet rock. I think these ones can pick any... Yeah. Yeah, so she just used all three. I got. I guess I'm bad at pet rocks. I hate this freaking game. I need to do this. It's a point of honor now. It's my pride's on the line. Alright, you can do pet rocks any day, but we'll try it one more time. So I think this one can pick any of them, but prefers rock or paper. So if you always pick paper, that would give you the best chance to win. Because scissors is the least likely one for them to pick. There we freaking go. I think this guy favors scissors paper. Doesn't like rock, maybe. Because shopkeep is purely random, and then the big boss is also random. Maybe it's rock scissors. I got. But I think it's rock scissors. Sorry, I know this is engaging gameplay, but like the only thing left after this is going to be the dinner at Basil's, which there's a lot to talk about there. So let's just do the pet rocks first, and imagine that Sunny's going to walk into Basil's house and do all of that while wearing the #1 pet rocks hat. like the vibes back here. I'm trying to remember what all of the memory hallucinations are. If there are any other ones that you can only view during day 1. I think the last one's Geno's. Yeah, it's Geno himself. Okay, so that was Scissors Rock. She was Rock Paper, so this is going to be Scissors Paper. So Scissors is the best one to pick. So, Scissors. It's Lil G. I do like Pet Rocks. I think it's interesting that it's revealed during the Rainy Day memory that it was Basil and Sunny who first got into Pet Rocks out of the group, considering you kind of associate it with Kel, especially since he has an actual Pet Rock in Headspace. So clearly Sunny also associates it with Kel, and Kel also still carries his around. So these are the real tough ones. Shopkeep and the Fish Lady, because they pick theirs at random, which means I'm pretty sure they pick theirs at random, which means there's not really a winning strategy. You're equally as likely to get it regardless of the one you select. At least I think that's how they play. Usually what I do is I just pick the one that they picked last, but really it doesn't matter. Look, it's a cool S. Am I wrong, or is he just not picking rock? There it is. See, this is what it's random. Like, you do have to get lucky. You ready to clash? I like that it every single time it does it, I think it's about to say, "Are you ready to rock?" You win some, you lose some. Man, Dinner at Basil's might take a little while to get through because there's so much to talk about at those scenes. Because Basil is such a fun character, such a cheery character that is a positive experience to be around. I got my shit rocked. And we'll have to talk about the Real World Photo Album, which is much more fun to talk about than the Headspace one. The tension is killing me. We did it. We beat Shopkeep. Oh, for feeding the cat, the reward you get for feeding the cats is they give you the part to fix this arcade machine, I'm pretty sure. Well, the cat, because there's one specific cat that Sunny is feeding. Alright, here we go. So this one you really do want to get really lucky because it just has so much. One Wing Jash just has so much life, and if like you can only get hit a couple of times, and it's purely random. Like it's. Like, it doesn't really matter what you pick. Now, I got really lucky my first time, because if you can... Like, I think it's like you have to hit 4 in a row is, like, the fastest you can do it. This is a Final Fantasy VII reference. Listen, we just had to get it out of the way now so that we don't have to worry about it in the future, okay? That's what I'm going to say. Let's try all scissors. Let's try all scissors. It's all random. You have to get really lucky for this one. That's a good sign. Scissors are the wizards. You see that? This is the furthest we've gotten in this fight. All right, this is it. We either win or lose here. Well, can't win them all. It's a test of wills, and I guarantee that my will to win here is so much higher. We're in a pretty good place. She picks paper again. She didn't pick paper again. But if she did... Okay, well... Nothing I could have done about that. She just had the better play. Man, Pet Rock sucks. This is an awful game. Who designed this freaking game? Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do rock, paper, scissors, okay? We're just gonna rotate down the list. That was a losing strategy. It was never going to win us. We have to do scissors, papers, rock. The first of many that one was. Can I do this? Is this something that I'm going to be able to do tonight? There's so much luck involved in this. Is it fully random? I don't think you can memorize the strategies for these ones. Like, I think it's literally just random. And you have to get lucky like 4 times in a row. Unless... Damn it. Alright, two more. 3 more. Oh, shoot, I didn't pick rock. Good thing I didn't pick rock. Alright, let's try choosing the one that they chose last. We'll start with scissors. We have our winner. That was a failure on my part. I didn't shift to paper when I was supposed to. It's a sound strategy, and it'll win us this fight. not a sound strategy. So this time we'll try picking the one that beats the one they did last time. We'll start with scissors, of course. Alright, so now we go to paper. That was a fluke. Okay, okay. Let's go back. Let's just pick the one that they picked last time. Oh, this is the win and run. I can feel it. We're on a roll. Comes down to this. God damn it. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. I'm too far in to give up now. But it would feel so good to give up right now. Oh man, I'm just thinking about dinner at Basil's. Such a good scene. And instead, I've been here for 20 minutes. When I say OmoCat can't make a good game, this is what I'm talking about. It's the pure randomness that hurts. It's I like I can catch on pretty quickly with the ones that have patterns, but there's simply nothing that like I'm at the whims of OmoCat right now. It's true. And you know what? If I don't finish this right here and right now, then as soon as we get into the real world again, I'm just going to be doing this again. So, oh, I can do this. This is possible. We're gonna make this happen. Listen, I've shiny hunted Pokemon for hours before. This is nothing. This is a 1 in 3 and 4. Are you seeing this shit? I won't be the first one to change. Okay. She's so good. She's so good at this. She's a legend. All right, we're going back to scissors only. Imagine. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Scissors never withers, though. Okay, okay. I think scissors only is the way to go, though. This is the way. You don't like the two tap. You don't like it when she gets you in two, I gotta say. Unironically, hardest boss fight in the game. Paper only? She went rock. I think you have. I think there's something to that. We'll try paper only. All right. Well, it's because I didn't pick paper the first time. Okay, neutral start, neutral start. All right, all right. 3 more times. Let's go, 2 more times. 2 more times. 1 more time. 1 more time. Let's go paper only. 2 more times. 2 more times. 2 more times. Okay. We're in the lead now. We only need to get 1 more. She has to get 2. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Let's see. Do I have any, like... Here, we'll pin that. We can let that be pinned for 20 minutes. We got a U-Rock cap. Alright. Basil, here we come. And Kel can, also, Kel's best friend is his pet rock. Okay. We have done everything, I think, here. That is available. Oh, we can go to, yeah, he's still out of breath. Which house is... Yeah, it's the one next to Basil's. There's Claus up there. Yeah, here he is. He doesn't like strangers much. Yeah. It's a photo album. Or a phone book. Alright. The orange cat looks hungry. Yes, Claus. Get fed. The cat left a gift for you. You got trash. It's your friends, Kel and Sunny. You're not Basil. I'm Basil's caretaker. What? You did? Wow. Thank you. Basil, you didn't tell me you had friends coming over. Would you like to join us for dinner? This is Home for Flowers empty, I believe, right? I'll go ahead and finish up the food. It's been a while since I've been here. Definitely have a lot more plants than you used to. I like them a lot. Actually, there's some that are still alive from when you guys came here more often. Sure are dedicated. Flowers and photos. That reminds me, now that we got your photo album back, we can go through all the photos together. That's, I don't know. So, oh, imagine. I actually have a, actually, I'll get a chance to talk about it, once we are looking at the photo album. But yeah. So obviously Basil's nervous about looking through the photo album because he doesn't know Aubrey cleaned the photos off. He doesn't want to see that he doesn't want Kel to see that they're all scribbled all over. This is Basil's first photo, so he got the camera for Christmas from somebody, we don't know who. He did not get the photo album until his birthday, so yeah, he just didn't have. He held on to this photo from December 25th until February. And by February, Sunny has started taking lessons. February 18th, just Kel being Kel. So many party hats. Sunny playing a video game on the couch. Sunny is a little shy, but he's a really good listener. I always end up venting to him when I get upset or stressed. Sometimes I feel like I'm bothering him, but he never seems to mind. We're back from the park, but Kel is still full of energy. He challenged Hero to an arm wrestling match, but we all know who's going to win. Please go easy on him, Hero. Oof. Sorry, Kel. Better luck next time. Brotherly love. Classic. Me showing Sunny a book I've been reading. Mari stole my camera and took this when I wasn't paying attention. If you remember, in the Headspace version of this picture, Mari did not steal Basil's camera. Instead, Mari had Hero take the picture. I should really keep better track of my themes. It's all of us cuddling with Sunny's stuffed animal. He has so many and they're all so soft. Obviously, these stuffed animals are all the stuffed animals that you see in Headspace. I wish I could lay here forever. Mari's teaching everyone how to make flower crowns. Here's Sunny and Kel holding Mari's example. It looks perfect, doesn't it? If only Mari thought so too. So this is another one that had its lines changed in Headspace, removing the implications of Mari being perfect. Yeah, it is very gay. I'm glad you agree. You're still making a flower crown. I think this one is pretty much the same. It's raining super hard today. Rain always comes out of nowhere during springtime. So this is a picture that does not exist in Headspace. Makes sense for a couple of reasons. Basil prefers taking pictures of people by surprise, whereas this was one that Aubrey asked him to take. Also, it doesn't really... I mean, it rains in some places of Headspace, but, like, it wouldn't really make sense. He says he likes how the rain tastes. Just Kel being Kel again. We went to Hobbies, but the shop owner told Kel to leave his jacket outside since Kel was getting all his comics wet. Sorry, shopkeep. Rainy Day Memory, you can find Aubrey and Kel's sprites at Hobbies as like a vision, wearing their Rainy Day Memory clothes, except Kel's wearing something else, which is explained by this when it says that the shopkeep made him leave his jacket outside. And then you can find Basil and Sunny in their Rainy Day outfits at the Hideout. Which is interesting. You can only find that if you don't do the Recycultist quest. Yeah. May 25th. Been busy with school lately. Finally made it time to get together and go to the park today. The tree is such a good climber. I wish I was as fearless as him. It's the first day of summer vacation, so we all want to celebrate by going to the beach. Watermelon is Aubrey's favorite. Refreshing orange Joe. I shouldn't get too close or he might get my camera wet. Kel is known to spill his drinks. Yeah, there is a lot of that from Basil. Also, the Headspace version of this picture says something along the lines of somebody should tell her that she has like watermelon all over her face or something. Strange difference, I guess you could say. Maybe it's like Sunny because you have the ride home from the beach or all that. I don't know. We buried Sunny in the sand. It took forever, but he looks like he's enjoying himself. I wonder if he's going to need help getting out. I guess I'll keep him company until then. I wonder if he's going to need help getting out. I guess I'll keep him company until then. Thanks, Basil. That is a good thing. Yay, Sunny's turning 12 today. Even though me, Sunny, and Aubrey and Kel are all in the same school year, Sunny is younger than all of us. He's the baby of the group, so we have to take care of him. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. In the original version of the photo album that you can find in the code, he is turning 13 and not 12. Sunny holding a super huge present from Mari and Hiro. I wonder what it is. You can't really tell from the photo, but Mari and Hiro got Sunny a giant building block set, which I think is interesting. I don't know if you can find the building blocks in his possessions during the Omori route, but he doesn't really care about those building blocks. Like, you don't really find building blocks in Headspace all that much, and he seems much more interested in the box. He acts just like Mari's new kitten, Miwo, so this is the first time we see Miwo. Sunny won't leave the box, so Kel put a food bowl inside. I guess this box will be Sunny and Miwo's new home. Home? We're going beetle catching today. Here's Kel, ready to pounce on his next victim. Oh, and Sunny is there too. He looks kind of sleepy. Why is Sunny sleepy? Probably staying up late. I'm pretty sure the game does talk about Sunny and Kel sneaking out to go to hobbies late at night. Unless that was like a fan fiction I read. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's something from the game. Yeah, that's real. I went to the bathroom and came back to this photo. Kel says he took a picture of himself on accident, but I don't believe him. Another indication, about Basil really not liking people taking his camera. First day of school today. Me, Sunny, Kel, and Aubrey are up bright and early. Aubrey is so photogenic. Goodbye, summer. Until next year. And this is the last photo for now, but obviously there's a couple later ones of just Basil hanging out with Sunny. And Mari, of course. There's some interesting stuff here. I forgot, the picture I wanted to talk about there is actually not in here because Mari's in it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because it's one of the treehouse ones. Basically, the one of the pictures for the treehouse says, "I'm playing cards with Hiro, Kel, and Aubrey." But I think I'm going to win or something like that. Man, I can't remember what the message is exactly. But in the actual memory, Sunny is also playing, and so I think it's kind of funny. Obviously, Sunny's looking at everybody's cards, so maybe he's not really playing, but he was dealt cards, and just doesn't think he's going to win, so he just kind of gives up. But Basil does not consider Sunny a threat in cards. Basil does not like people taking his camera. The only photo not taken by... I'm trying to think. The only time somebody other than him takes a photo and he doesn't comment on it is when Sunny takes a picture of him during his birthday. Like when Kel does it and when Mari does it, he makes a comment about them stealing his camera and him having to keep better track of his things. I guess most of the interesting photos are the ones you get later. I'm trying to think if there's any other interesting things that go over here. Obviously, a good listener, that'll come back with one of the Headspace quests, which we kind of discussed yesterday. And yeah, don't look at the photo album. I think you get to choose which one's taller because the sprites are like the same height. I usually say Kel's taller. Um, yeah. Basil has a picnic basket. Obviously, there's a reason there's a picnic basket there, like for gameplay reasons. Like, there's several points in time where you really need to be able to save in Basil's house. Um, is everything okay? Yeah, Basil asks Sunny if everything's okay. Even after everything, she still shows concern for Sunny. Basil's camera looks really dusty. I'm not going to get a chance to talk about this in... I mean, I guess I'll get a couple chances to talk about this, but there are, like, a lot of moments where the concept of home is talked about quite a bit in Omori, considering Sunny is about to leave his. And, you know, what Sunny considers home. There are a lot of implications that Sunny does consider Basil's home kind of a home as well. He doesn't rate his bed, he just calls it comfortable looking. This light bulb in the corner here is unique from all the other light bulbs that appear, except it is the same light bulb as the one in Neighbor's bedroom at the end of the Omori route, as well as in Neighbor's bedroom at the end of Omori route. You have all the flowers, you have all of the photos hanging on the wall. It does, of course, Basil does have all the blankets that are based off of everybody's clothes and headspace, so it's pretty easy to make the determination that Neighbor's bedroom is pretty directly connected to Basil's house, at least in inspiration in some kind. There's other things to it as well. I mean, the three Home for Flowers song are Sunflower, Daisy, and White Tulip, right? Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's a true fact that I didn't just make up. But maybe I'm too sunflower brained. Flowers. And then, of course, you know, Basil is waiting for Sunny in front of his house at Memory Lane. Yeah. You can go into the bathroom. There's Sunny. There's Sunny. It's a toilet. Basil has flowers in his bathroom. Some photos of Basil and his parents. You've never met them before. Imagine never meeting your best friend's parents. potted plant. I could have sworn that this used to say this was tofu, but maybe my mind made that up. Maybe the tofu, the actual tofu, appears somewhere else. A white egret orchid. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." This scene is really, really interesting. Oh, Sonny, I didn't expect to see you in here. Haha. Throughout all of the real world segments in the game, people generally, at least the people in Sonny's friend group, even Aubrey when she is, being rude to him, don't act like it's out of place for Sonny to not talk to them. Which does make this scene very interesting in that Basil asks Sonny questions. He continuously gives Sonny time to try and answer, and generally acts like it's weird that Sonny doesn't answer. Yeah, okay, never mind then. Like, you could argue that maybe everybody else, I mean, you can't really argue that for Aubrey at this point, but, maybe Kel is just kind of letting him go at his own pace, but, it's not like Basil is acting like Sonny would be responding. Anyway, there's also some other later stuff, and, the game says they're best friends. It makes sense that Basil would expect Sonny to talk to him. Plus, they have a lot to talk about. It's been 4 years, and something kind of big happened. I don't know if you realize that. Grandma can't hear us, so he's like almost trying to say, like, hey, if it's because my grandma's right here, you don't have to worry about that. More time. Already been 4 years, hasn't it? It's nice to see that you're still around, even if it's only for a little while. Take my photo album. I want you to have it. I'm trusting you with it, okay? Yeah, I'll talk about that in a little bit. Of course, that is clearly what's being implied here. Basil doesn't know that Sonny's moving. So what does he mean by even if it's only for a little while? And why did he give Sonny his most precious belonging? You can probably use it more than me. A lot has happened since these pictures were taken. Sometimes it feels like all a bad dream. I think at the time, I took photos of what I was most afraid to lose. He does say stuff like this, though, which doesn't really make sense from that perspective about things going back to the way they were, unless he wants that for everybody else, which I guess would make sense. Seeing Sonny run around with Kel again, somehow getting the photo album back. I think this scene is one of the most interesting... I think this scene's one of the most interesting scenes about Basil. Because Sonny is, like, almost a silent protagonist. Like, I think in general, when we say someone's a silent protagonist, we're kind of talking about um, them being an entirely blank slate. And again, nobody treats it as weird when Sonny doesn't like talk to them directly, um, except Basil. And again, generally speaking, people don't really ask Sonny like complicated questions, but I think it says something that Basil does try to ask questions to Sonny that would require a longer answer that's not just yes or no. Um, Also, Basil's shoebox has the little sandals in it, just like Sonny's does. I wonder if that's in like all the houses. I'll have to check the house slippers. He's following Grandma's recipes. Tomorrow, my older brother Hero is finally coming back from college. I forgot that the music stopped playing in this scene. It's like so tense. Three days. Oh, that was okay. Sorry, I'm about to say something that's a little irrelevant. This is something I forgot to mention about the real world photo album. Is that, or about the dream world photo album rather? Um, the scene about I'm trying to think of like all of the things I compiled about this. Basically, Basil going to the bathroom to freak out doesn't feel like it's a new thing. Like it thinks it like there's an indication that it could be something that happens more. For instance, the real world photo album has the one where Kel steals the camera, and talks about how, oh, Kel stole my camera while I was using the restroom, or while I had after I had ran to the bathroom, um, which of course the Dreamworld photo album cuts out that line entirely. It does not mention Basil having to go to the bathroom. Of course, here we see him actually running to the bathroom to have a panic attack. There was another thing that comes up. Oh, shoot. I'm going to have to read the post. The post that I wrote 2 years ago. Oh, gosh, how embarrassing. It wasn't just those two things. I wouldn't have made a whole thing about it if it was just those two things. Trust me. Of course, and then there's of course the fact that Sonny, and by extension the player, realizes that that's what's going on here. That something's not right. I know people often get this scene mixed up with the like people kind of forget, they like mix this scene up with the bedroom scene, and they think that the fight happens in the bathroom, um, which is kind of silly. I see why it happens, but yeah, something behind you. Why do you look so scared? Everything okay is okay now, isn't it? Yeah, I really wish I kind of get it. They like you have something right there. I don't think they want you to get a full portrait shot of Basil until the very end of the game. Um, it's unfortunate that you can't see him in the mirror. Um, but yeah, I wish we had more art of real world Basil as he is in canon. Uh, from like official art, because everything is either this Mari Lives AU merchandise or pre-canon. And Basil, you really just don't get a whole lot. Not like I mean, I guess I don't know. Like you get official art of like Kel and Aubrey from time to time, and the like party members, but Basil isn't around a whole lot. Yeah. Also, it's like you start to realize that the only thing you can do is leave here. Um, Also, you have the fact that he's like constantly looking at you in a lot of his scenes. Uh, Sunflower always faces the sun. You're playing a Sunny Omori. Yeah, so Kel says this. He's always had a weak stomach, implying that um, this is something that happens often for him. Um, anyway, Polly, you're probably wondering who I am, right? I'm nobody really, just a nurse. So I mentioned it earlier, but there is an inconsistency in Polly's character. In that right here, she says, a few months ago, Basil's parents hired me as Basil's caretaker since they travel out of the country frequently. But in another line of dialogue, she says that she has been working here for a few years. I think like two. I think when I think it's when she's talking about Basil's parents, about how she only met them once, like 2 years ago. Now, there is a explanation for this. You could say, because she only says she was hired as Basil's caretaker a couple months ago, um, which could imply that she has been his grandma's nurse longer than that. Um, is that how she words it? I'll have to. When does that line of dialogue come? Is that later on, when that's after Hero joins, right? She words it, yeah. Yeah, I think she does say I've been taking care of Basil for 2 years and I only met his parents once. Oh, Basil. Yeah, so it's an inconsistency. I think the wiki tries to imply that it's intentional and that it's part of like trying to make things vague and ambiguous, but I don't really see this as vague and ambiguous so much as it is just a discrepancy. Um, and it also just doesn't really have much of a reason for it. Will Kel let you go to the park, or does he make you go straight home? I know you can drop Kel off and then go do stuff. Um, but yeah, you can go to the park and see all the hobos and the cats. The stench of this man is indescribable. Here's $10. Is there like a? Do you get anything from? Oh, he gives you the watch. Uh, I ain't seeing no Miwo in the park. Sad to say. Which I'm sure if Miwo was in the park, that's something I would have known years ago. So that doesn't surprise me. So that is 3 days left. Actually, technically, I think Sweetheart's Castle. Like, I think this next Headspace bit is also 3 days left. Um, I always want to say it's 2 days left, but that's not true because the first night of Headspace is just the prologue. Um, but yeah, I mean, I guess we can do the Fear of Spiders fight real quick, um, and then finish up for the night. Um, Good lord, it's almost midnight here. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the thing is, this is on Switch, so I would probably just like turn off my Switch and then open it when I play it next. When will be the next time I play this next? Fear spiders. Fear spiders. Whispers emanate from inside the box. Do you still recognize your home? This game makes my heart hurt. Mari hasn't been home in a long time. Yeah, get the stupid knife. So something's hiding over there. You can see the outline of the closet door, of course. And lest we forget, this giant mass of hair at the bottom of the stairs. I'm not familiar with how this scene has changed. What was the original? Or you might describe how it changes, and I might realize, oh yeah, actually I did know that, but the spider says a lot of Mari stuff. Gotcha. Is this? Yes, this is the first appearance of Spirit Mari. You have the window with the tree outside. This is getting nowhere fast, huh, Sonny? Seems like there's a lot going on. You need to block out the little things and figure out what's important. You clear your mind and remember how to focus. There's Stranger. Did you see him? Did you see Stranger? Did you see Stranger, Major Tom? I saw him. What's Stranger doing in the real world like that? And that's... You just want to say hi. Well, hey. Hi there, stranger. That's Far Away, day 1. I think it is the strongest of the 3... Well, let's watch this little cutscene. Represents Basil being shut out. So, I want to talk about that. This scene is commonly seen as OMORI being created. Now, of course, we know there are multiple OMORIs that have existed because there's the Shattered OMORI in Black Space. But is that really what that is? It doesn't look like OMORI. It looks like Stranger. But I guess it doesn't really make sense for Stranger to be Sunny's shadow. But I don't know. There's a clear design similarity between Sunny's shadow in that scene getting the eyes and the way Stranger is depicted a lot of the time. Of course, when you fight Stranger, he's just a darkened version of Basil. But usually in other media, Stranger has like the scribble eyes like that. So that's interesting. Do I have the ability to save in here? Also, you have the ability to wake up whenever you're in white space. Yeah, I think you do have to leave white space to save. Yeah, and we'll of course see the next one as well. I'm sure. So, when am I going to be able to play next? So it's probably going to be another work day. I'm not going to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I am going to be working on Sinesk, and I have a dodgeball game. And also, I'm probably going to play a couple hours of X4 because I need it. I need to play my spaceship game. Oh, I should probably play Pokemon as well. Pokopia is out. I really want to play Pokopia. But I don't have money. I just paid rent. Oh. Maybe Monday? I can play a little bit. I have to... Do I have any plans Monday? Monday or Tuesday, I guess. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. So, this next segment of Headspace, I consider it... Just watch my Twitter account. We'll either do the next part on Monday or Tuesday. And I'll make a tweet if that ends up not happening. But there's a lot of interesting things to talk about with this next part of Headspace. I know a lot of people consider it one of the worst parts of Headspace, but from an analysis perspective, there's a lot going on with these next areas, both Firefly Forest and Sweetheart's Castle especially. We're probably... Maybe we'll go to Orange Oasis a little bit and do some of the stuff there, but we'll probably not do Unbred Twins next time. I don't know, I'm thinking, like, how long... Like, I don't think Firefly Forest is long enough to do it as its own stream, but I'm also worried that doing it together with Sweetheart's Castle will be too much. Maybe we'll start with a little bit of Orange Oasis, and then do Firefly Forest, and then I think Sweetheart's Castle is kind of long enough. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Now, of course, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours right now, but that's only because I don't work tomorrow. I'm just worried that... So maybe we'll do Orange Oasis, Firefly Forest, and then Sweetheart's Castle, Real World Day 2, depending on how long that takes. Real World Day 2 is not a long... Is not very long. None of the Real World segments are very long. we'll take the pepper spray, which will make the hooligans fight non-existent. It's honestly just a bunch of cutscenes. We'll have the tutoring sessions. We've already done the pet rocks, thankfully. And then you just have to run around with Hero for a little bit. Maybe that'll work? I think once we start doing black space, I kind of want to do... Like, once we get to black space, I feel like that needs to be... Once I start black space, we should just do everything at that point. Because the game really starts heating up with that. And there's a lot of momentum there. Alright, well, let's get this dialogue saved. It could work, though. So if I do... Maybe I stream Monday and Tuesday. And then Wednesday I don't work, so I could do a longer stream. No, I need to be... We need to be working on Sinesk. We have to get a trailer ready. Alright, so there will either be a stream on Monday or Tuesday. I'll figure out what we're gonna include in it, and we'll probably end up playing it by ear. I'll get saved real quick. Let's go exploring together. Just the two of us. He's right, Aubrey. We have to do this together as a team. You never know when you'll need someone's help. We're stronger when we work together. This is. I'll talk about this real quick since we won't really get to talk about it next time. I know a lot of people interpret Aubrey being even clingier here than she was previously as her being impacted by Sunny seeing Aubrey again in the real world. I think you see a lot of analysis where people assume that's what's going on here. I disagree, personally. For one, Aubrey does this in the OMORI route as well. So, I mean, that's probably not what's going on here. And also... there's old dialogue that didn't make it into the game where Aubrey would be meaner in Headspace after the first real world day. And then there would be this whole conversation like, wow, Aubrey, why are you being so mean? And she's like, I don't know. So... take that for what you will. There was a point in time in which Headspace was going to be impacted more by playing through the Sunny route. And really, most of that's not here anymore. All that is to say, people think Sunny still has a crush on Aubrey, and that's why after seeing her in the real world, Aubrey is like, oh, let's go on our adventure together. Which I don't really think is what's going on there. I think it's more so Sunny's trying to heat up I think his mind's trying to turn up the pressure on getting him to give up on Basil. Or finding Basil, that is. I'm not gonna sunflower it up too much here. It's clear that finding Basil will mean finding the truth, and Sunny's mind desperately doesn't want that. And the art stuff. So this is interesting. Everybody knows that Basil likes art, and everybody knows that Basil likes flowers, and everybody knows that Basil likes photos. But in this scene, this is the first and only time I think it ever talks about Basil being interested in art. Which is interesting. It's also interesting that Kel is the one who says it, because I do think that this is actually Sunny projecting onto Kel here. there's gonna be more art related stuff in Sweetheart's Castle, so we'll get more of a chance to talk about it. But Sunny likes art. Sunny likes drawing. There's several artists in the real world that we see, and I think that art may have been like something that Sunny did that Basil enjoyed looking at, and that's why it barely ever comes up outside of Headspace, because he really, like, Basil doesn't have art related things, and this is the only line of dialogue. It also could have just been cut. Like, there could have been cut content that this is referring to. But of these four things, flower, photo, art, reading, art is just the only thing that we really don't see from Basil, but we know that Sunny's into it. Yeah. Even when Basil is upset, he manages to smile. This is a little pet peeve of mine, that people depict Sunny as still being afraid of spiders post-canon, when he is demonstrably not. In fact, it is a major point that Sunny has overcome his fear of spiders, and when the spider appears in Hiro and Kel's room, he does not really have a reaction to it. It's a pet peeve. It doesn't matter at all, and I get that, you know, Sunny, people can depict Sunny being afraid of spiders still, as well as heights and drowning. But part of the point is that Sunny has overcome that fear by the end of the game. Alright, there we go. Cutscene done. Now we can save and finish up here. And we'll save in this file. And then that one is one I can go to if we wanna do the OMORI route later. Which, if I did do that, we'll see. I don't know. That'd probably be way later. I wouldn't want to just play through the same Headspace story again, because I'd run out of things to talk about. Daisy. Alright, well, thank you everybody for joining. I mean, I know it's just like you two guys left. Thanks for watching this six and a half hour long stream. I honestly, there wasn't a whole lot to talk about. I mean, I enjoyed looking at the photo album and all that. But like the junkyard, there's really not a whole lot to say. The memory lane shades, like, there'll be more to say about that when you actually get to memory lane. And Far Away is much less metaphorical than Headspace, so there's really not as much to talk about that isn't just talking about the game itself and the characters. I think the first Far Away day is the best of the three. There's good moments throughout, but I think the first day is more consistent and the most interesting, and the fight with Aubrey is pretty heart-wrenching. And also, it's the day you get to really actually talk to Basil, because Basil has exited the plot, fellas. We're not going to see him until the very end, and he is really not going to get much more dialogue, at least in the real world. Thank you for joining. I will see you whenever I decide to stream next. Just keep your eyes on my Twitter, or turn notifications on. And I'll see you again. Thanks for watching. Good night.